Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, when we adjourned, we were dealing with the certain paragraphs arising from Ms. Lynn Brown's affidavit. In regard to your meeting with her two or 3 days before the State of the Nation address in February 2015. I think we have exhausted that aspect insofar as it is relevant. Do you have anything to add to it?
To this?
Yeah, to that exchange or the minister's response to you.
Chair, I think that I stand very firmly by what I had said in terms of the engagement with the minister, though I see in her affidavit, she says that she cannot recall what the exchange was about. And I also must immediately correct what I see here in her statement on 102, where she says,
At paragraph 102, you
paragraph
say?
102, yes.
Yeah.
Where in the middle of the sentence says, complaining about Mr. Tsotsi's interference with operational issues, producing a letter allegedly penned by Mr. Tsotsi to a Japanese company about buying oil or some other fuel. Now, this has got nothing to do with buying oil or some other fuel.
Mm-hmm.
This has got to do with purchasing equipment for ESCOM in the form of transformers.
Yes.
And so I
So,
think
so she may have got confused.
that might have some other connotations in
Yeah.
other people's
Okay.
mind.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Yeah, you will see, I mean, for what it's worth, we could complete this. Paragraph 104, still on that page. The former minister writes, I must also say that I did not have the best of relationships with Mr. Tsotsi. We did not really get on well with each other. I let known that I abhorred his excesses, in particular the fact that as an executive chairman who probably would have meetings 4 times a year, a staff complement of 11, and a full-time driver were unjustified excesses. I'm going to quickly read through. The relationship became even more rancid after he had resigned. In public platforms, especially in the media, he would tarnish my name. In the beginning, I would respond as the media houses and radio stations would ask for comments from me. In the end, it became an exhausting and emotionally draining exercise. So I let it go and stopped commenting in the media. Any comment on that, Mr. Tsotsi?
Let me go back to 104, Chair.
Yes.
And state very categorically that the minister is uninformed in respect of the staff complement in my office. I had one individual who I brought into my office as a senior general manager. I had a PA, and those were the only people who were directly reporting to me. I had the entire organization at my disposal. So I could have been accused of having the entire management at my behest. But the fact of the matter is, all those people had their own reporting lines, but I had access to them because I was chairman of the company. So I did not have 11 people. I had 2 people in my office. The rest of the people were people who were availed to me through the office of the chief executive, because that's who, in the main, the people I dealt with reported to. And so whenever I needed something, the chief executive would make it easy, and at times I would simply contact them directly, and of course just later inform the chief executive what conversations I've had with these people. So this is not correct.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi.
I was not even an executive chairman for that matter.
I was about to ask that question.
The other one, Chair, in 105 in regard to the media, well, I think the less said about that, the better. Because I expressed my opinion in a media interview, and I would like to refer to that particular matter when we come to it, Chair, because we will come to it.
Yes.
Because
that's
it has
fine.
a bearing on my removal
Yeah.
from ESCOM.
Okay.
Could just please make note of it, Mr.
Yes, I will certainly remember.
Yes. Now, we touched on this aspect this morning about the cancellation of the meeting of the 26th of February 2015, and that on your version it was on the minister's request, or at least that's how you conveyed it to the board. Correct.
Correct.
The minister has, or former minister, has touched on that in her affidavit, the very one in front of you. If you go to page 442, 442. For context, we could start at 441, at the bottom of page 441. On what page are you, Mr. Tsotsi?
I'm on page 441.
441.
Sorry. Yes, 441.
At the bottom of the page, paragraph 65.
Yes.
It reads, questions 8 and 9 of Annexure LBSA probe the cancellation of the ESCOM board meeting that was scheduled for 26 February 2015. I share what I can remember about the cancellation. You turn the page.
Yes.
She says, I do recall having, 66. Above, I have discussed the country's load shedding woes during late 2014. These woes spilled over to 2015, and I remember distinctly that we had load shedding even on the day of the opening of Parliament in January that year. 67. I do recall having conversations with the then President Zuma, about the dire situation of load shedding. He was concerned that the war room was not receiving accurate information, i.e. the executives were feeding the wrong or inaccurate to the war room. He was also distressed by the impact of load shedding on the country and the economy. We were facing a threat of downgrade because of ESCOM's illiquidity problems. Then she goes on other matters. The paragraph 68, specifically dealing with what is contained in your affidavit in regard to the cancellation of the meeting. Says, I do not know why this meeting was cancelled. I remember that I got to know that it was no longer proceeding. I do not recall specifically having a conversation with the then President Zuma, about the cancellation of this meeting. It may have happened. I simply cannot recall. I cannot imagine that the then acting Director General of the DPE, that is Department of Public Enterprises, Ms. Matsietsi Mokolo, would misspeak about me having requested her to inform the chairperson, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, that the meeting must be cancelled. This may have happened. This meeting was rescheduled for and held on 11 March 2015. I would not know the process that was followed to reschedule this meeting to 11 March 2015. ESCOM is better placed to explain that process. In the meeting, let me complete, paragraph 71. In the meeting, the board members asked me why the meeting was of 26 February 2015 cancelled. I in turn relayed the question to the chairman, Mr. Zola Tsotsi. He replied that he had sent a memo to me. I do not recall ever receiving such a memo. Do you have any comment, Mr. Tsotsi, briefly on that?
Yes. Chair, the assertion by Minister Brown on item 67, where she says she doesn't have a recollection of a conversation with then President Zuma, or is it 68, I'm sorry, about the cancellation of this meeting. I can't really speak for that. But what I'm certain about is that I was called by Ms. Matsietsi Mokolo, speaking on behalf of the minister. So I think...
And that was after the president himself had called you.
Yes, correct.
And said he had been looking for the minister and the deputy minister.
Yes.
And could not find them. That's why he was phoning you directly.
Correct, yes.
And he said that it was about, well, effectively, he talked about the meeting being postponed or cancelled.
Yes.
So both what the president said to you and what Ms. Koko, not Ms. Koko, the acting DG said to you seemed to connect.
Correct.
And the acting DG said it was the minister who sent her to call you.
That's correct.
Yes.
So I think the onus is on former Minister Brown to check up on the communication between herself and Ms. Mokolo. That's really all I can say in that regard. Then she mentions...
unless, of course, the president ended up speaking to the acting DG after speaking to you. And then, but the strange thing is that the acting DG didn't say it's the president who asked her. She said it's the minister.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. The other thing which I just want to make a comment about is this statement she makes about when she turned up at the meeting, of the board meeting when the board invited her.
Yes.
I guess we'll deal with that. The memo that I sent to her is in fact dealing with the whole question of formality, that I'd requested her to put it down in writing that she had in fact asked that the meeting should be postponed. That's what this memo was about. It reminds me actually now that I remember, that's what I had written to her about. I'd asked her to formalize the postponement of the meeting.
I see.
This was specifically on the advice of my own team. that's what would be required to do. I suppose then that would be addressing what is in the MOU there.
Have you shared that memo with the investigation team?
Oh, I think they're lawyers, so they must have known. I mean, they look after
No,
this.
sorry, I'm saying the commission's investigation team.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know what it is.
Oh, okay.
No, I would gladly share it, but I wouldn't know what it is.
I see.
Do you recall when, in relation to the 26th of February, you would have sent that memo to the minister? Would that have been soon after the 26th of February, or would that have been just before the meeting of just before the 11th of March, or would it have been after the meeting of the 11th of March?
Chairman, the possibility is that I would have been advised by my team to immediately
Yeah,
write to the minister,
yeah, okay,
to confirm that she had said I should postpone the meeting.
okay.
So in all likelihood, it could have been on the very same day of the meeting.
Yeah.
That same Friday when the meeting was supposed to have taken place, or whatever day it was.
Yes. So that's the cancellation of the meeting of the 29th of February. And then you mentioned the meeting on the 9th of March. I would like you to tell the chairperson whether the meeting of the 9th of March, was it a normal scheduled board meeting or not?
Can I ask, are we back to my affidavit now, or shall we stay with this one?
We will be going back to your affidavit.
Okay. Chair, the meeting of the 9th has a particular history.
Yes.
And I would have to detail how the meeting came about.
Yeah, do so.
But before then, yes. The
was
chairperson
not-
say also.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah,
The answer to your question as to what
That's
the
right.
nature of the meeting.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If there is something you'd like him to deal with before he does so,
Yes, Chair.
you can ask him to do.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the answer to the question, what kind of meeting was it?
Whether it was a scheduled board meeting.
No, it was not a scheduled board meeting, most definitely,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, tell us how it came about now.
Chairman, what happened was that on or about the 7th or so of March 2015, I received a phone call from Dudu Mieni. And Dudu Mieni said to me that the president, Jacob Zuma, requests an audience with me, and that audience is to be immediately at his residence in Durban. I recall very distinctly because I was due to travel out of the country for some invitation I had the very next day, and unfortunately I had to cancel those plans in order to attend this meeting. I would like to say right from the onset that I understood Dudu's communication with me as that of someone who has been sent to ask me to appear at the president's residence for an audience with the president. I then asked her, what is this about? She then declined to discuss it over the phone and said I would hear about it when I get there. Then it was fixed for, I think, the 8th. It was a Sunday. The 8th was a Sunday, I'm not sure.
Chairperson,
Must have been a Sunday.
if I may, for your convenience and the witness convenience, I have copies of the calendar for the relevant month for 2015.
Yes.
I'll beg leave to hand them up, not as exhibits, but simply to us facilitate
Yes.
the witness testimony.
When you received Mr. Dumieni's call, Mr. Tsotsi, at that stage on the 7th, there was no meeting of the board scheduled for the 9th, is that right?
No,
Okay, all right.
it wasn't.
Yes.
Okay, so then I then made my way to Durban on the 8th and arrived at the presidency.
What time was the meeting scheduled for on the 8th?
It was for around, it was in the early afternoon, very early afternoon.
Yes.
Could have been around 1 o'clock or so.
Mm-hmm.
I arrived there and I found Miss Mieni there, together with a son, a young man named Talente.
Her son, Talente
Yes.
or something.
Yes, it was a son. And Nick, a gentleman named Nick Lanell. And we then were briefed by Dudu Mieni as to what the purpose of the meeting was.
When you arrived, were they there, or everybody that you have mentioned was already there? Mr. Nick Linnell?
To my recollection, Chairman, I'm saying I found Nick there, but I see in his affidavit, he says that he found me there. So
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to,
Yes,
anyway.
but certainly the other two were there when I arrived.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
all right. So you met and the meeting started.
Yes. Well, she then made the statement to the effect that there is a concern about the performance of ESCOM, the technical performance and the financial performance of the company, and that there needs to be an inquiry into these problems at ESCOM. And further to that, that there are complaints from the war room that ESCOM is not providing accurate information and data to the war room, that information is chopping and changing. And in the process, it is advisable that certain executives within the company be suspended in order for this inquiry to proceed unencumbered by their presence. I was hearing this for the very first time. I was just totally shocked. And I expressed my concern to her that...
And this was now after the meeting had started now, or was she just still briefing all of you ahead of the official start of the meeting?
The meeting had not started.
Had not
She
started.
was just briefing us ahead of the actual start of the meeting.
Okay.
So I was quite taken aback by this. And I protested about the idea of the suspension of executives. And that really was my center of my concern. The idea of an inquiry was not new to me, for the simple reason that I myself had at some point the previous year mentioned it to some of my colleagues aboard. I didn't really discuss it as a board issue, but I think we were some breakaway somewhere, I can't remember, where we were sitting as board members in a social environment after the board meeting, where I was saying, you know, it could be something to think about, that we need perhaps an independent assessment of what's actually going on at ESCO. Just so we have, you know, the benefit of someone who is not involved in the business to tell us what it is that they think is happening. So it then says that I was not opposed to the inquiry, but I was taken aback by the way the whole thing came about. Okay, Nick made some statements, comments as well, to the effect that, if I can recall, Chairman, that in fact it is Dudu who mentioned that Nick had supported her at SAA, as she was then chairperson of SAA, and he is available to do the same thing for ESCO. So I was then at this point anxious that we should have this meeting with that we were called for, just so I can get a sense of really where are we, what's going on. We then went into the meeting. The president joined us as we sat there waiting for him. And then the meeting commenced. Again, Ms. Mieni introduced the subject. And the discussion was primarily led by her as to what are the issues that are causing the concern with the performance of ESCOM. She seemed to have some knowledge of what was transpiring at the company at the time. Nick also came in terms of his experience, what he could offer in the situation. And I was concerned, and I raised the concern again, of the impact of having to take the drastic action of suspending the executives in a situation like this because you want them not to impede the process. Or at least that is the rationale. The president was not very engaging in the meeting. He asked a few things. I recall one of the things he asked, and hopefully Nick, when he comes here, will also be able to assist with the recall. What I do recall was that the president asked if I knew who the people were or are who were to be suspended. So I said, well, the names of the people were mentioned by Dudu Mieni. And she mentioned the names of 3 people. At that point, she mentioned the name of Siriso Matuna, who was Chief Executive of ESCOM, was here yesterday. She mentioned the name of Dan Murakane, who was the executive responsible for what we call group capital, that is the new build program. And the name of Machela Koko, who, as I said, was the executive for technology and engineering, commercial and engineering, sorry, or commercial and technology it was called at the time. Then I then interceded at some point to say, I would rather that we explore some methodology within the HR system of ESCOM of recusal rather than outright suspension, because suspensions have other consequences. And the perceptual issues about them, the reputational issues about them, and so on. So I was very concerned that in the light of no apparent wrongdoing, even at that point, on the part of the people whose names were mentioned, that there could be a reputational problem occurring. So the meeting concluded with the president saying that he would like me to go and test this proposal with the board as soon as possible, and that he would inform the minister about this matter. So that was really the sum total of the meeting that took place at the presidency.
Well, just go back to when the president entered the meeting or came to the meeting. Now, I don't know whether it's what I read in your affidavit or whether it's what I read in Mr. Linnell's affidavit, but one of you seems to say, after he came into the room where the meeting was held, that he said something along the lines of, what are we meeting about, or something like that. And then it was Mr. Dumieni who then explained. Is that your recollection? Or
Chairman, that comes from me.
Because that gives the impression of somebody who didn't know what the meeting was about. And that's strange if he had asked Ms. Myeni to call you to the meeting. The meeting was being held in his residence. If it's like he doesn't know what the meeting's about.
Chairman, there is something that I observed in the way the president style of communication. It was not the first time that I had noticed this. I'd noticed this in some other occasion, I think when I was in his presence in a meeting. He normally goes through some pleasantries at the beginning. He's a very affable person, as you might know. And then, in this instance, for example, after that, he then asked, which,
yes, just say that in English as well.
Which says, what are we going to be talking about today?
I think I must have got it from your affidavit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I have observed is a manner of communication that the president engages in for whatever reason, I don't know. But it's a style issue, I think, that I've noticed with him. That it would be as though he does not know what it is that we're going to be discussing. And I would want to think that he would not accede to a meeting unless he knows what it is that's going to be talked about.
But in this case, according to Ms. Myeni's call to you, he was the one who was inviting you to come and see him.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Now, for the rest of the discussions, apart from saying what are we going to talk about today at the beginning, and then that was explained by Ms. Dumieni. Apart from that, up to the end of the meeting, what was his contribution to the discussion as far as you are able to remember?
As far as I can recall, Chair, as I said, he did ask, certainly if I know who the people are, and as I said, towards the end of the meeting, he intimated that he would inform the minister.
Yes.
And he would request that I go and deal with this matter or test the board's interest in doing this exercise. I don't recall very much. It's been such a long time. I don't recall very much else of what he said. I'm hoping that Nick's affidavit, or when he comes to present, he'll be able to assist.
Who was chairing this meeting? Or was there no chairperson? No, nobody was chairing it.
I would say it was not really a meeting with an obvious chairperson, you know. The president came in and he sat down and he did more listening than anything else.
Yes.
And Dudu spoke most of the time.
Most of the time.
Yes.
Yes.
So I can't really say there was a specific person chairing the meeting.
Yes. Would there be a basis, in your view, for somebody to say it was like Ms. Mieni, this idea of an inquiry was Ms. Mieni's idea in terms of the discussion of the people who were in the meeting, or did it seem like it was from the president, was his idea? Because obviously, Mr. Mieni knew before the meeting, before you came, that the idea was that there should be an inquiry.
Yes.
And the idea was that there should be executives to be suspended. So she either had that idea in her own mind, or she must have discussed the idea with somebody, and maybe with the president, because otherwise, how would she call you and say the president wants you to come to a meeting to discuss these matters if she had not discussed them with the president?
Chairman, first of all, I am inclined to think, and I don't know what Nick's view is there, maybe, that the president must have been privy to this before.
Yes, yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind, really, that he must have been. It's unlikely that he would sit in such a meeting not having been privy to this.
Yeah, and this idea that he didn't know what the meeting was about is not reconcilable with what Mr. Dumieni told you on the phone.
No, certainly not.
Yeah.
And also, I think from Ms. Mieni's perspective, I was very surprised that she knew so much about what is happening at ESCOM, and that making such a radical proposition is something that she could have come up with. I don't believe that it originated with her. Definitely, I don't believe so.
Prior to Mr. Dumieni giving you a call about this meeting, had you had any interactions with her in your capacity as chairperson of the ESCOM board?
With Ms. Mieni? No. Well, let me put it this way. The only interactions we had were the exercises that were organized by the previous minister, Minister Kikau, where on once every sort of quarter or so, he would call all the heads of the chairpersons of the and the chief executives of the parastatals under his purview. That's the only really interaction we've had.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no, we didn't normally have any real interaction.
Yes. Mr. Siller?
Thank you, Chairperson.
So that's about the meeting at the president's residence.
Yes.
And you said the meeting was concluded on the basis that the president asked you to test this proposal of an inquiry with your board.
Correct.
As well as the idea of the suspension of the executives?
Yes.
So that's, and then he said he would inform the minister.
Correct.
That's how the meeting ended.
Yes.
Okay, take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, what do you then do with what is asked of you by the President?
When we left, I had a conversation, when we got out of the meeting, I had a conversation. Well, I must indicate also something else, which it does come to mind now. Nick, amongst the things he was saying in the meeting was that he has the experience of having worked, assisted SAA, and that he would be ready to put together a motivation for the inquiry, and that it will also contain, he would also do a resolution for the board to resolve to carry out this inquiry. So I then said, look, I will try the best I can to see if we can have a meeting as early as the following day, literally, which was Monday, the 9th. And when I got back, Nick had prepared these two documents I'm talking about. And I then communicated with the company secretary to say, look, I'd like to invite board members to what would be a special meeting of the board to deal with this matter. And then he then circulated the invitation to the different board members for the meeting the following day. So that's how the meeting of the 9th came about.
What was so urgent about these two proposals that this could not wait for the meeting of the 11th, which had already been fixed?
Actually, Chair, I had thought of using that meeting of the 11th, but then I realized that it would be good to at least get the board, because my intention was, when I left the meeting in Durban, was to make certain that the minister's views are heard on this matter, because this is something that will impact on the shareholder. So I wanted to test to make sure that the board is on board with this, so we can get the shareholder to come and address the board as soon as possible, and possibly on that meeting of the 11th. So I thought, let me fast track and let's meet on the 9th to get to sound the board out and then find out if we can get the minister to come on the 11th.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, a couple of things arises from what you're saying, because what we understood from Mr. Matuna yesterday was that the meeting on the 9th with the one agenda item was actually short-lived because board members expressed displeasure with what had been proposed to them, which is largely different from, and maybe you can correct, you having the intention to arrange that meeting in order to prepare for the meeting of the 11th. What will be your explanation to the chairperson?
Chair, I think the evidence leader is a bit ahead of me there.
Okay.
Okay, we can go back, a step back. Yeah.
Remember that on the 8th, this was now the Sunday, that is the day that we circulated the document and the invitation to this board meeting on the 9th, which is the Monday. Now, what Mr. Matuna was talking about was what he observed had transpired in the meeting itself. Now, I have not addressed personally what I saw in the meeting, what actually transpired from my perspective, which is what I'm doing now. to say board members came for that meeting. And they were not, well, let me just say the overall impression board members had was that they're being asked to do something that is very big and very, shall I say,
That could have far-reaching consequences.
might have far-reaching consequences, without really having adequate time to think about it and investigate it. And equally importantly for them, that they need to have the shareholders' views on this matter. Now, I was very sympathetic, Chair, in respect of those views, and I was one of the people who did say that when I thought about this after I'd been to that meeting in Durban, I was of the view that the first port of call should be a meeting with the shareholder to share this, because this is something that was important for consideration even by the shareholder. So, yes, indeed, there was a lot of discomfort about making any kind of decision on this matter. And I accepted that because I thought that was the right thing to do, so that people have more clarity and a greater feel for what this may entail, given the fact that they only heard about it that very morning. So that's then what happened. Hence, the meeting of the 9th was a short-lived meeting, as Mr. Matuna said, and I agree with him entirely that that was the sentiment.
I want to just go back to the meeting of the 8th. Did you at any stage query Ms. Mieni's involvement in ESCOM affairs?
Chairman, this is a question which I did not address at that meeting itself. But it's something that preoccupied me for some time, to the extent that I actually decided to call her, to ask her, well, actually, what's going on? Where is this coming from? How do you come into this picture? What's the deal? And Dudu did not avail herself for us to talk about this. So I just said to myself, well, I take the view that even though she was the messenger in this instance, it's still material as to how it is, because she did not conduct herself as a messenger in the actual meeting itself. Though at the time she purportedly was speaking on behalf of the president to say we should come for a meeting. Her conduct in the meeting was of someone who had more of an involvement.
I mean, based on what you have said in terms of the discussion at that meeting of the 8th, it seems to me that if it could be said that the initiator of the idea of an inquiry and the suspension of the executives was in that meeting, it seems that one would say it was Ms. Mieni, but maybe she was not. But because the president comes there and says, what are we talking about? Yes. And she is briefed by Ms. Mieni.
Yes.
She's the one who called you the previous day.
Yes.
She's the one who briefs you when you arrive. And she is one who does most of the talking throughout the meeting, from what you have told me.
Yes. That logical sequence does make a lot of sense, Chair.
Yes, yes.
I mean, there's a lot of credence in what you're saying, because just analyzing it that way
Yes,
leads one to the conclusion that she is the architect of this.
yes.
Though
yes.
I still do not believe that she is, in my own.
Well, it might be somebody outside the meeting, might have been somebody who was not in that meeting.
Yes.
That's one possibility. Another is that the initiator was inside that meeting and that she was the initiator. Another theory might be it was the president. Of course, it would just be strange that if he initiated the idea and he called the meeting, that he should come to the meeting and say, what are we talking about? What is this meeting about? You
Yes.
know? So, yeah, okay. okay.
No, I'm with you there.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, you related that meeting in your affidavit on page 12 and page 13 of the affidavit. I could refer you to the paragraph for the purposes of the wording that the DCJ, the chairperson is postulating there. Page 13,
Page 13, yes?
13, paragraph 12.8.
Yes.
You can read that first line.
After some pleasantries, the president inquired what was up for discussion, which is what I translated in from Zulu. Whereupon Mr. Mjeni began by saying that the performance of ESCOM financially and technically is deteriorating to the extent that there is a serious concern that the company could fail to meet its obligations to supply electricity to the nation.
Yes. So, may I just stop you there? Is that inquiry by the president, you say it is an inquiry, what was up for discussion? In your assessment of his further engagement in the meeting, I know you tried to explain that is his mannerism. Is that a rhetorical question, or is that a question to find information?
My assessment is it's not a rhetorical question. The president knew what the discussion was about.
So rhetorical means it's not a question that requires an answer. I know what the answer is.
From that perspective, yes. I hear you. Okay.
You hear what?
Yes.
Well, why would he ask a rhetorical question at the start of that meeting? Why would he ask a rhetorical question?
Chair,
He's asking, what is the meeting about, or what are we going to be discussing? Now, that's anybody who asks that question at the beginning of meeting wants to know what the agenda is, or what the issues are.
Chair, that is why I was saying that I do not believe that the president did not know what was to be discussed.
Yes, well, that's one thing,
Yes.
whether you believe him or not. But certainly, I would think that he wants those who hear his question to tell him what the meeting is about. Because otherwise, why is he asking, what are we going to be talking about here?
I can't say. I can't really say, Chair, because as I said, that is the way I've observed his manner of dealing with situations.
I mean, you can't have a situation where a meeting takes place in your residence. Obviously, this meeting takes place with your blessing. It involves people who don't live in your residence. They come to your residence. So before you gave a blessing, you must know what the meeting is about. Either you called the meeting or if somebody made a request, they made the request to you and you approved, and you would have wanted to find out why do you want a meeting in my place, in my residence? And you would have been told, and you must have been satisfied that whatever needed to be discussed was something that justified having the meeting in your residence at the time that it's fixed for.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. If I put myself in the president's shoes, maybe if you came along and asked me, did I know about what's to be discussed? I turn around and say, well, I asked what the discussion was about. So I did not know. I don't know, I'm just playing it back in my mind to say, maybe that could be the approach. I don't know.
Well, maybe you should have responded and said, but Mr. President, Ms. Miani told me that you wanted to see me. So I expect that you know what you wanted to talk to me about.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, Mr. Select.
Thank you. Mr. Tsotsi, given what we've read from the memorandum of incorporation this morning and what you would have known about the position of the board, that the management and control of the company vests in the board, how did you find the president's instruction to you to go test this with the board? That there should be an inquiry, that three executives should be suspended. How did that sit with you?
Chair, I was, as I said, very uncomfortable with the idea of suspending the executives. And secondly, I felt that it's one thing for me to listen to what the president has to say in this regard, but it's another for me to exercise my fiduciary duty as a board, as a director of the company. And that's exactly what I elected to do. I decided that this matter has got to pass the test of reason by the board. And if the board had decided flat out that we're not going to have anything to do with this, that's the end of the story, that would have been the end of the story. Because that's where my fiduciary duties reside. Irrespective of what someone else, including the president, might have asked to be done.
I'm sorry, Mr. Slater and Mr. Tutsi, that I'm kind of taking you back to this meeting on the 8th. Actually, in your affidavit, Mr. Tutsi, paragraph 12.10, well, 12.9, you say Ms. Mieni said, pointed to discussions that she said were going on in the war room on the company's poor performance, and said that even the war room was very dissatisfied with the company's performance. At that time, you obviously knew what the war room was.
Yes.
Did you know the people who were involved in the war room?
From our executive, yes.
Yes, and other people other than from the executives?
Yes, I did, most of them.
Did you know whether Ms. Tutumien was one of the people who were part of the war room?
No, not at all.
She was not?
No.
But you see, she seems to, from what you say here, she seems to know what discussions were going on in the war room. That's what you say she said at the meeting. 12.9, she pointed to the discussion that are going on in the war room on the company's poor performance saying that even the war room is very dissatisfied with its performance. Then 12:10, she then arrived at the conclusion that there needs to be an external inquiry into the performance of the company. That line suggests that the idea of an inquiry came from her in terms of what she said at the meeting. Am I right?
Certainly, she
Am I
espoused
right?
the idea.
Yeah, am I right to say what you say here means that what you heard from her is that she's the one who concluded that there should be an external inquiry?
She drew that conclusion, yes.
Yes, yes. So that looks like she initiated this idea of an inquiry that she was now presenting at the meeting on the 8th. Am I right?
Yes, she presented the idea. I'm not exactly certain whether she, well, maybe I don't understand quite your interpretation of initiating.
Let me assist you.
Yes.
And again, it's what you have written here, and you must tell me if I'm misunderstanding what you say here. You are relating here what Ms. Mieni said at the meeting on the 8th, okay?
Yes.
You say, after the president had inquired what was up for discussion, Ms. Mieni began by saying that the performance of Eskom financially and technically was deteriorating to the extent that there was a serious concern that the company could fail to meet its obligations to supply electricity to the nation. 12.9, you then continue and say, she pointed to the discussions that were going on in the war room on the company's poor performance, saying that even the war room was dissatisfied with the company's performance. 12.10, you then say, she then arrived at the conclusion that there needs to be an external inquiry into the performance of the company. She then proposed that 3 executives be suspended to make sure they do not impede this inquiry. So I'm saying that what you are telling the reader of your affidavit is that she said, I looked at the discussions that were going on in the war room. I looked at the dissatisfaction of the war room with the performance of the company. And I concluded what is needed is an external inquiry. So if that is what she said, I am saying she presented to the meeting the idea of an external inquiry as her idea.
I hear you, Chair.
If what you say is correct, that's how I interpret it. Is that the same how you understood the position, or that's not
My
necessary?
interpretation, Chair, is the following. Whilst Ms. Mieni is not the architect of this idea,
Yes.
she is now the exponent of the idea.
Yeah, of the idea.
And she is communicating the idea which has been given
Yeah, to her.
to her.
Yes.
So from that perspective,
Yes.
she can be seen to be the person initiating
Yes, yes,
the
yes.
process. After all, we haven't heard from
Yes.
the original architects of
Yes.
this, in my view.
Yes. Of course, from the paragraphs that I've read, and you might be dealing with that elsewhere, you haven't said anything about anybody except what she is telling you
Yes.
at this meeting. Okay, no, I just wanted to go back to that point because earlier on I talked about who the initiator was, and
Yes.
then I picked this up. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, quickly still on that meeting, and you have seen Mr. Nick Linnell's affidavit, which you have referred to earlier. It's also contained in your bundle. It's on the relevant pages I want to refer you to. It's on the first bundle, the bigger one, page 148. and 149.
Okay.
Now, as you turn there, because Mr. Linnell places another person in that meeting, one called Jabu, and he further explains later, Mashwangani, Chair from paragraph 14. Could you tell the chairperson whether you have any recollection of that person, because I didn't hear you mention him?
Mr. Chair, I saw this, and I've been racking my brain as to why it is that I don't recall that Jabu was at this meeting, because I know Jabu. I would have known if I walked in here, obviously I'd know him. But for some reason...
Which Jabu are they talking about, do you know?
Maswangani.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know him, and...
Yes, I know him, yes.
And he was not in the meeting? Or you are not sure?
Chair,
Well, if you know him, you would be sure.
I don't recall seeing him in the meeting. For some strange reason, I just don't recall. When I saw this from Nick's affidavit, I was taken aback, and I would certainly have noticed him. I don't recall. I don't even know whether he had anything to say, according to Nick. I don't know. I've not scrutinized the affidavit just now, but I don't recall that he was actually in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you look at paragraph, on page 149, paragraph 15.
Yes.
So Mr. Linnell writes, I attended a meeting in Durban on Sunday, 8 March 2015. So I presume that's the meeting you were referring to in the presidency.
Yes, that's it.
When I arrived at the presidency, Mr. Tsotsi and Ms. Dudu Miene were there. In attendance was also Ms. Miene's son and another person introduced as Jabu. At that time, I knew nothing about Jabu's role at large. While Ms. Miene's son played no active role in the meeting, Jabu provided information about the state of Eskom, including allegations of wrongdoing and reasons for business failure, some of which was in the public domain. But he goes on to say, to the best of my recollection, Jabu had a number of documents that dealt with alleged events at Eskom. These were largely from unidentified sources and unverified content. These were things that an investigation would identify and were background in context. But in part, some of the allegations did provide some value in scoping an approach to the investigation. So he seems not to have been a passive person in that meeting.
Quite. Chair, looking at this, it just mystifies me that I don't remember his involvement in the meeting. You know, there could have been a situation where he was not in the meeting with the president. He might have been in the meeting we had with Dudu at the briefing meeting outside. So I don't know which of these two meetings Nick is referring to.
But you would remember that as well.
That I don't remember either.
If you saw him at the president's residence that day, whether at the pre-meeting briefing or at the meeting, you would remember that.
I would remember, yes.
If it is somebody that you know quite well.
Yes. That's what vexes me. I just don't understand why. I don't, especially if he happened to have documents from Eskom. I mean, I would have been very curious to find out how he got hold of them. But certainly, I just don't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, then the following paragraphs, Mr. Linnell gives certain details about how he came to know that the gentleman called Jabu was Jabu Maswangani, yes. Paragraph 18, and he specifies it there in paragraph 18.2. Then he goes on to paragraph 19 to say that the group at the meeting referred to above discussed their intended inquiry, how it would take place, and what it would seek to achieve. After a period, we joined the president, After a period, we joined the president. The president was clearly familiar with the purpose of the meeting, and we provided a summary of what was proposed, arising from the earlier discussions referred to above. This included a number of key principles, and then he sets them out. You see that?
Yes.
Well, how do you reconcile that statement that Mr. Nick Linnell says the president was clearly familiar? You say the president entered and inquired what was up for discussion.
Chair, there's no reconciliation. I said the same thing, that I'm certain that the president knew what was to be discussed.
I see.
But,
Well, what you say the president said, namely what was up for discussion, is not indicative of somebody who knew what the meeting was about. That, of course, might not mean that he did not know. It just depends what explanation he would give for making a statement that suggested he did not know what the meeting was about. If indeed he were to say, no, I knew what the meeting was about, and still admit that he made a statement, then maybe there would be an explanation. But you say your belief was that he knew what the meeting was about. Is that
Yes,
right?
Chair.
Yeah.
that's my belief.
But he made this statement or put this question which suggested that he didn't know what the meeting was about, which was strange.
Correct.
Yes. Well, I see that Mr. Linnell, in the affidavit, Mr. Linnell actually indicates that Ms. Mieni was at the presidency in Pretoria on the 6th. So, and that's where they met. Well, Mr. Linnell, it seems, was invited by Ms. Mieni to come to the presidency on the 6th, and he traveled to Pretoria. And he was called by Ms. Mieni, and they had a prior working relationship at SAA. He says on paragraph 5, I was contacted on the 6th March 2015 by Ms. Mieni and asked to travel the same day to Pretoria to attend an urgent meeting with the president. That is at page 148. Yeah, and then he says on paragraph 6, at that time I was well known to Ms. Mieni, who had been a client of mine from time to time over a number of years on various projects in her representative capacity. At this time I was engaged in a major project. Paragraph 7, on arrival at the presidency sometime after midday, that is on the 6th, I met with Ms. Mieni. No one else attended the meeting. Paragraph 8, while the SAA matter might also have been discussed in the context of this deposition, Ms. Mieni informed me that the president was concerned about the state of ESCOM and wanted an in-depth investigation into its affairs. She had recommended to the president that I would be suitable for that role. 9, Ms. Mieni proceeded to brief me on the background for an inquiry. Included in this discussion was a reference to some documentation that Ms. Mieni had. the president did not join that meeting, as I understood. He was unexpectedly otherwise engaged. 11, to the best of my recollection, it was then agreed that I would need to travel to Durban on Sunday, the 8th March, to meet with the president to complete this briefing and mandate. So Mr. Dumieni was, according to this, at the presidency in Pretoria on the 6th, and was concerned with ESCOM matters, calling Mr. Linnell to come to Pretoria for a meeting with the president same day. So it means saying, leave now, come and be here this afternoon or something like that. And in connection with ESCOM matters, then there was some discussion. If Mr. Linnell's evidence is correct, there had been prior discussion between Ms. Mieni and the president about ESCOM matters, where the president had expressed some unhappiness about certain matters relating to ESCOM. So it's strange that if the president has issues, he is discussing them with the chairperson of SAA, of the SAA board. He's not discussing them with the chairperson of the ESCOM board, is it not?
Indeed, Chair, it is strange.
And it's the chairperson of the SAA board who's busy coordinating a meeting to discuss ESCOM issues with various people and the president. He calls Mr. Linnell. On the 7th, he calls you. And on the 8th, you all meet in Durban at the president's residence. And at the meeting, she's the one doing the talking most of the time.
Indeed.
And yet you are the chairperson of the ESCOM board, but she seems to be, discussing these and making all arrangements, exchanging views with the president about what should happen at ESCOM.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, who headed the war room?
The war room was headed by the then deputy president, who was the current president.
So did he, at any stage, call you to raise concerns of the war room with you?
No, we didn't, Chair.
Were there some, would the Minister of Public Enterprises have been part of the war room?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. But the minister, as at the 7th of March, when you got this call from Mr. Dumieni, had never spoken to you about any inquiry at ESCOM, or had she?
No.
She had never spoken to you about any inquiry at ESCOM?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to complete the paragraphs that the Chairperson...
I'm sorry. You said there was Mr. Talent Mieni at the meeting of the 8th. Did he make any contribution to the meeting? Do you know why his presence was necessary at that meeting?
I don't know why he was at the meeting. No, he didn't make any contribution.
He didn't make any contribution?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. To complete those paragraphs, the Chairperson was reading out to you, Mr. Tsotsi. Paragraph 14 says, during the following day, Saturday, 7 March, 2015 it would be, Mr. Tsotsi either called me or I was provided his contact number, but I requested from him company documents and policies which would be required for proposing the inquiry and its terms. During that exchange, it was evident he would also be at a meeting in Durban on Saturday, 8 March 2015. Your comment on that, Mr. Tsotsi?
I think Nick must have gotten my number from because I didn't have a number of his. And I don't know about this business of, I don't recall him asking me for documents, nor would I have given him in any case. So I'm not sure where he is going with the idea that, I don't recall him asking me for documents.
You recall that, you recall whether when you met him at the president's residence in Durban on the 8th, you were meeting somebody with whom you had discussions before or not? Or you're meeting somebody that you really didn't know?
No, as far as I was concerned, I was meeting him for the first time. I don't recall having had any discussions with him.
Yes, okay.
I don't recall him even calling me because I didn't have his number.
Yes, okay.
Well,
I see that he also says that Mr. Talent Myeni didn't play any active role in paragraph 16. He says, while Ms. Myeni's son played no active role in the meeting, Jabu provided information about the state of ESCOM, blah, blah, blah. So I think the two of you are agreed that Mr. Talent Myeni played no active role in the meeting.
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, Mr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tutsi, Mr. Linnell has provided also a statement to the
Please raise your voice, Mr. Slinger.
has provided also a statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee along the lines of his affidavit. That statement is also contained in this bundle. It's on page 123.
Yes.
And there's just two paragraphs I want to refer you to on page 125. Oh, page 125?
125.
125, yes.
Yes.
So he says in paragraph 7, the President listened to these views and asked one or two questions, then he agreed. He undertook to speak with the Minister, and Mr. Tsotsi would speak with the Board. That's in regard to what had been proposed, the inquiry and the suspension.
And I say that it does appear that what Mr. Linnell says about the role played by the President at the meeting seems to be consistent with your version. On your version, there is not much that he said at the meeting. He listened most of the time, but he did ask you whether you knew the executives who were to be suspended. Then at the end of the meeting, he asked you to test this proposal of an inquiry with your board, and he would talk to the minister.
Yes.
So, and Mr. Linnell says in paragraph 7 in the statement, the President listened to these views and asked one or two questions, then he agreed.
Yes.
Okay.
And do you also...
How long do you think that meeting lasted at the President's residence in Durban?
The actual meeting with the President could have been about 40 minutes or 45
About 40 minutes.
something like that.
Oh, okay.
Not more than an hour.
Yes. And most of that time was taken by Ms. Myeni doing the talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Must have been strange to be in that meeting as chairperson of the ESCOM board. You're sitting here with people and the President, but the person who's doing most of the talking about your the company which you chair is somebody else, and like, saying, well, this is what needs to be done, and so like she knows what needs to be done, and she needs to just sell the idea to you, to say, here is an idea.
Chair, I was in a state of semi-shock most of the time.
Yes.
Because I just could not believe what I was hearing. So I was just flabbergasted,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Chair. So, do you also recall, Mr. Tsotsi, the President ending or concluding the meeting by saying he will speak to the Minister?
Yes, certainly.
That's correct.
Yes.
So then Mr. Nanel says, as the matter was urgent, I would travel to Johannesburg the following day and be available to the board as and when required. Now we know the following day would have been the Monday, 9 March 2015.
Correct.
So you would have then, Mr. Tsotsi, called the meeting of the 9th of March after this meeting of the 8th.
Correct.
Now, have you ever had to call a meeting at such short notice before?
Yeah, certainly the first time, Chair.
So Mr. Linnell then says, overnight I drafted a proposed board memorandum, proposed resolutions, and an aid memoir on suspensions. I forwarded these to Mr. Tsotsi, attached. I assume this was subsequently circulated to the board. This included, and he gives the details there. Now, can you recall him forwarding all that to you, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I do recall, Chair, which is how I got to forward the document to the Secretariat for them to circulate to the board members.
Yes, he has attached those to his affidavit, and that's on page 165 of the bundle before you we are busy with. See whether you recognize this email.
Did you say 155?
160, I beg your pardon, Chairperson.
Oh.
Page 160, Mr. Tsotsi. It's an email from Mr. Nick Linnell, sent on Sunday, 8 March 2015 at 6:37 p.m. It's sent to an email ztsotsi@liquifier.biz. The subject line is the board memorandum and resolutions. Attachments, board memorandum and resolutions. I recall this email being referred to yesterday to Mr. Matuna. Do you recognize the email?
Yes.
Is this then what Mr. Linnell would have sent to you?
Yes.
Now that email address ztsotsi@liquifier.biz, is that an ESCOM email address?
No, this is not an ESCOM email address.
Yeah, can you explain to the chairperson if it is not ESCOM?
No, that was my own private email address, not the ESCOM address.
Does anything turn on it that an ESCOM email address was not used by your private?
I didn't get the beginning of your question?
Does anything turn on the fact that not an ESCOM email address was used to forward these documents, but your own private email address?
Is there any significance?
No, I didn't make anything of it. What was important for me was the formal communication that I needed to make
Just address the chairperson.
to the board. That's what was important to me. At this point in time, Nick was merely telling me what he's thinking he ought to do. So there was no significance in using the ESCOM email here, because he was really addressing himself to me. And, you know, I then would have escalated the communication to the level of ESCOM once I was satisfied that that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. The following pages, page 162, you may turn there, and page 164. Starting with page 162, I presume that's the memorandum referred to in Mr. Linnell's email to you. You see that?
Yes.
And on page 164, it's a resolution.
Yes.
This would also have been the document attached to Mr. Linnell's email.
Yes.
So these documents, you then circulate, or shall I ask you rather, you said earlier, you forward them to the company secretary, correct?
Correct.
Correct, yes. And the company secretary at the time is who?
It is Malisela Puguje. Puguje Malisela.
Yes, and your request to him is to call for the meeting on the 9th of March.
Yes.
2015. So when would you have, because Mr. Linnell's email to you is 6:37 p.m. When in time or date would you have forwarded the information to Mr. Pukubia to call the board meeting on the 9th of March?
It would have been immediately on receipt of this document.
I beg your pardon?
It would have been, Chair, upon receipt of these documents.
So that will be on the same date, 8 March, on Sunday, 8 March.
Yes, same thing.
So take us into the meeting of the 9th of March. Well, you have, and the meeting was short-lived, rather, let's expedite the process. The meeting is short-lived. The resolution is that you, as the board, wanted to meet with the minister.
Correct.
Is that what was decided?
Yes.
Was the meeting on the 11th a scheduled board meeting?
It was a rescheduling of the meeting of the 26th of March. So in that sense, it was a
26th of
replacement.
February. 26th February.
It was 26th of February, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in that meeting of the 11th of March, or before then, if it is a rescheduled, so you were in the board meeting are resolving to have the minister invited to the meeting. Do you make contact with the minister for that purpose?
Yes, I made contact with the minister. Whether it was on the 9th or the 10th, I can't exactly recall, but I did make contact.
Inviting her to the meeting on the 11th.
Yes, inviting her to the meeting of the 11th.
And did the minister, was the minister
Minister Lynn Brown.
Yes.
Why did the board want to meet with the minister before they could consider this proposal of an inquiry?
The reason, Chair, was that the board surmised that the actions that are being contemplated in this resolution would have far-reaching effects on the organization and would impact on the shareholders' role in different ways, primarily because, as you're aware, the War Room was a government initiative. So in order for us to not to conflict with the work of the War Room, we needed to be certain that the shareholder would support us doing well, not quite essentially what the War Room was doing, but certainly not to appear to be contradicting or undermining the work of the War Room. But this was a separate but credible exercise that ESCOM wanted to undertake. So there were those sort of, if you like, policy issues, if I may use that word, or maybe rather protocol issues, which we needed to address.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, I've just been drawn to my attention, if you may please quickly, in the smaller bundle, page 1086. 1086.
Okay. The smaller bundle
The smaller
is
bundle.
ESCOM bundle 07.B.
Thank you, Chairperson. (1086).
Yes.
On that page is an email, Mr. Tsotsi, from Nalisela Pokubye
Yes.
on Sunday, 8 March 2015, 1 minute after 8, 2001.
Yes.
The email is addressed to a number of people. There, you are CC'd in it.
Yes.
The subject is Board Memorandum and Resolutions, 9 March 2015. You are familiar with this email?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
It says, "Good evening, board members. The shareholder has, through the chairperson of the board, requested that we convene an urgent board meeting to consider and make a decision on the issues contained in the attached document. Urgent meetings are catered for under clause 13.9.4 of the ESCOM's Memorandum of Incorporation. It is proposed that the meeting commence at 10:00 in the Huvonkulu boardroom at Megawatt Park. Board members who are unable to attend in person may participate by either video or telephone. Kindly revert with an indication of your availability for purpose of confirming whether there is a quorum or not." So is this the email that would have been sent out on
Yes.
your instructions to the members?
Correct.
When you call or make contact with the minister, is it by telephone? In regard to now the meeting of the 11th?
As probably, it would have been a letter, I think. That would have been course of action. We want the minister to come to the meeting. We would ordinarily write to her. I would have, I can't exactly remember, but that would have been what would have been required to be done.
Yes. To your recollection, was the minister surprised by the invite, or was she expecting the invite?
I think the minister was expecting the invite. The reason I say so, Chair, is because when the minister was leaving the meeting, I accompanied her out of the building, as I would normally do. And she said to me, look, I know that this is a difficult exercise that you people are embarking upon, and I will be available to you right through the day should you need to talk to me on this subject. So I think the minister had decided, because she knew what was coming, decided to avail herself just so she's available.
Yeah. So when the minister arrives in the meeting on the 11th of March 2015, what does she and the board talk about?
Chair, there are, excuse me, there are a few things that, if I recall, that the minister herself had wanted to talk about with the board. She took the opportunity to raise them. And if I remember well, one of them was the security of board meetings. That it looked as though board meetings were being tapped. And so she made some comments around this. I don't quite remember exactly what else, but the minutes will tell us. But there were one or two other issues that she dealt with before going into this particular matter.
Did the board, or was the agenda of the meeting of the 11th amended to include the latest or the issues that the board wanted to discuss with the minister, given that the meeting of the 11th had initially been meant to discuss matters that should have been discussed on the 26th of February? In other words, did you then intend that that meeting of the 11th would deal with both the issues that you needed to deal with the minister and the issues that you had intended to deal with in any event before there was this meeting of the 8th, the president's residence? Or did the board just say, let's start with issues that require the minister's presence, and they discussed that, and then later they postponed the other issues to another day?
Chair, what happened and what was planned for was that the board meeting to discuss the company matters would be the first order of the day from the morning, and we anticipated that we could complete the ESCOM's business by the time the minister arrives. So we had planned to have the minister come into the meeting close to lunchtime. And if I recall well, the substantive issues were dealt with before the minister arrived. And of course, it's an in-committee meeting that the board had with the minister.
Okay. Mr. Select.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, we have been provided with the minutes of that board meeting. If this will assist your recollection, on page 671 of the smaller bundle, ESCOM bundle 07.B.
07?
Point B.
Or by the way, we changed to, yeah, 07 point
Point
B.
B.
Oh, okay. I may have said point 1 earlier on. Okay, so what's the page?
Page 671.
Okay.
Small bundle starts at 900 and something,
I think you are right, Mr. Tusi.
953.
It starts at?
Page.
Yeah, 6 something must be in the other, in the bigger
Would be in
bundles.
in the first bundle.
Six, 7, 1.
Yes. 671.
Well, we are there
Thank you.
on the big bundle.
Right.
So that, Mr. Tsotsi, let's see whether it will assist your recollection. It's minutes of the ESCOM board meeting with Minister of Public Enterprises held on 11 March 2015. At the boardroom is mentioned, 1000 is the time stamp, strictly confidential. Present chairman is yourself, Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
and the list of other members there. Mr. Matuna, Ms. Mabude, Ms. Naidu, Ms. Klein, Ms. Karim, Mr. Naidu, Mr. Paminsky, Ms. Molefe, Mr. Baloi, Dr. Ngubani, Mr. Koza, and Mr. Kumalo. Also in attendance is Ms. L. Brown, Minister of Public Enterprises, Ms. M. Mkolo, Director General DPE, bracket acting, and Mr. M. Pukubia, Company Secretary. Board in committee session, after introductions and formalities, the Minister raised the issue of the location of a bugging device, which was found in the Huvonkulu boardroom at the ESCOM Megawatt Park. She also noted the fact that no investigation into the matter had been initiated and pointed out that it is a very serious matter over which action should have been taken. The CE responded by explaining that the matter was being dealt with and that a number of new procedures had been introduced in order to stem the possible repetition of a similar matter. It was standard procedure that the boardroom is swept for the existence of recording and transmitting devices a day before a meeting, as well as a day after the meeting. He thereafter reported that he is still awaiting a report from the service providers about the origins and the exact nature of the device. The minister stated that the matter needs to be investigated urgently and that it should be accorded the necessary urgency, which she is not detecting from the actions taken thus far. At this point, the CE and the FD, that's the Chief Executive Officer and the Financial Director, correct, Mr. Tsotsi,
Correct.
were excused from the meeting at 10:34. Now, you heard Mr. Matuna yesterday's recollection that it was the minister who asked, well, firstly, the managers were said they should be excused. And he said he remained behind because he thought he's not part of the managers to be excused from the meeting. And then he said, the minister said, UCE also should be excused. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes.
Then you were trying to recall and relating to the chairperson what the board and the minister discussed on that day. You could give us the points, or you could look into the meeting to assist you in your recollection. I see there are certain points made at the bottom of page 672. But let's see, if I may, just quickly, the paragraph just below where the CE and the FD are excused. It says, the minister continued and stated that she has no right to instruct the board on any matter regarding the conduct of Eskom's business. She stated further that the meeting is an informal one, and then proceeded to note a number of negative developments. Now, that statement is a curious one, and I would like you to explain to the chairperson, why do you think it was made, if it was made at all?
You're talking about...
That I have no right to instruct the board on any matter.
Chair, I am understanding the minister to be saying that in accordance with the way she understands her fiduciary relationship with the board, it does not permit her to give the board an instruction. I'm not so, I don't know, I think that's what it meant. I can't imagine that she would say that without trying to emphasize the fact that she doesn't have the authority to instruct the board.
Yeah. It's because it presupposes prior knowledge of something she might have been told the board will engage her on. If her starting point was, I have no right to instruct the board. You understand?
In other words, as a prelude to what she is likely to say in relation to, say, this matter that she's aware of. Could be, I can't really say, Chair. It could be, it doesn't give me any specific thinking that that could be the case.
Could it be that in your communication to her to invite her to this meeting, you would have indicated what the board requested her to come and deal with the board about?
Yes, oh yes, certainly. She knew what the meeting was about. No question.
So that's why I'm saying the statement made there presupposes prior knowledge of what was going to be discussed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from. Yes, definitely.
Did the minister discuss the inquiry, the establishment of the inquiry with the board?
The minister did discuss the establishment of the inquiry with the board, yes.
Did the minister support the establishment of the inquiry?
Yes, Chair, the minister supported the establishment of the inquiry.
Did the minister discuss the suspension of the executives with the board?
Yes, the minister did discuss the suspension of the executives with the board.
Did she support the suspension of the executives?
She supported the suspension of the executives. In fact, more than just that, she added one more executive to the list, which...
Was that the financial director?
Yes.
Oh, and that was a name that was not included in the names that were discussed at the meeting of the 8th.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair. Did that change the position you articulated to the chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi, and in your affidavit, that you were in fact, before the President and Ms. Dudumiene, opposed to the suspension of the executives, even though you were amenable to the inquiry?
Yes, it didn't change my thinking. I was definitely opposed to the suspensions. To the extent that I recall I wrote a summary of the discussions in the board because there were no minutes that are being taken. I asked one of my staff to make a summary of what was being discussed. And throughout that time, we were making reference, and this was now to circulate to the board members. This was to emphasize the fact that the idea is for these board members to step aside. And in fact, the meeting that followed the ministers' meeting was really the crucial meeting in respect of the matter of suspension, which I will certainly get into if you allow me.
Yes, certainly, certainly. Are these board meetings recorded?
The normal board meetings are recorded, yes. But the in-committee meetings are not recorded. That's been the practice in the company. But minutes or notes are normally taken by someone who will be asked in the meeting to take notes, because the normal recording infrastructure is not available for recording because the people are recused from the meeting.
Could you tell the chairperson whether the meeting with the minister was recorded?
Chair, that meeting was not recorded. The extent of when I say recorded, we're talking about an audio recording.
A digital recording of the recording.
Digital recording, no, it was not. There are just notes, which I also say, as I say, I also produced of that meeting.
So the minutes we have read out from would have been produced from a handwritten notes.
Absolutely.
Of somebody who took the minutes at the time.
Yes.
Then the meeting, you said it commenced before the minister arrived. You had your scheduled meeting of the board.
Correct.
Was that meeting recorded?
Yes, that meeting was recorded.
The meeting then after the minister had left, you are aware that that meeting was also recorded?
Hold on. The meeting after the minister had left?
Yes.
That would have been the People and Governance meeting in the afternoon.
Well, I wouldn't know. But you were saying you could go to a meeting where the suspension of the executives was decided upon.
Yes, yes.
Which meeting is that?
Okay, that was the People and Governance meeting, and that was not recorded.
That was not recorded?
No.
We have a recording. As you would know, this is a commission of inquiry.
Yes.
So the commission has done, in the process of its investigation, obtained information. It has a recording of the minutes before the minister arrived.
Yes.
And a recording of the meeting, sorry, I said the minutes, of the meeting before the minister arrived, and of the meeting immediately after the minister arrived.
Oh, so there's a recording of the People and Governance meeting?
Even of that as well.
Oh, I was not aware.
Now, I asked you the question just before I go to those audios, and I will take you to the transcriptions of those audios. I asked you a question whether did the minister's show of support of the inquiry and the suspension of the executives, even as you say, adding the fourth executive on the list of those to be suspended, change your view that you were opposed to the suspension of the executives?
Oh, I understand the question now.
Yes.
Maybe I didn't understand it at the beginning. You were asking me if the meeting with the minister
Yes.
changed my view about whether we should suspend the executives or not.
Correct, yes.
No, it did not change my view, in my recollection. All that happened, Chairman, was I insisted on some methodology of recusal,
You insisted on?
on some other methodology or some other process of recusal of the executives rather than suspension, because I felt suspensions were not a good idea.
Yes. So that had been your view also at the meeting of the 8th?
Yes,
At the president's residence?
yes.
Okay, yeah.
And it turns out that there wasn't a process at ESCOM which would ensure that the executives do not have the normal access they would have to their offices, other than precautionary suspension.
Why was it thought the continued presence of the executives would be problematic or would interfere in any way with the inquiry or this investigation? Why? What was the factual basis for thinking that they would interfere? Indeed, that they would not be helpful?
Chair, I think the feeling amongst board members was that there is no way of knowing whether, in fact, interference would have happened.
Yes, but isn't that a problem? Based on what Mr. Matona said yesterday in his evidence, he was told that the basis of the suspension was not that there was any wrongdoing on his part.
Yes.
So why was it thought that somebody who had not done, who was accepted as not having done anything wrong, would not cooperate and actually assist this investigation, or if he remained present?
As far as I know, the executives were expected to assist
Yes.
with the inquiry.
But why would, how could they assist if they were suspended?
The idea was that they would be subject to some interview on specific issues that come up in the process of the inquiry.
But
That was the idea.
But what was the basis for thinking if they continued and the investigation continued, and whenever they are needed to answer anything or hand over information, that they would not cooperate?
Well, it's difficult to say, Chair, what was living in people's minds about that, but there was a general acceptance that it is easier and more justifiable that they not be present at the time of the inquiry, so that you do not attribute anything that you may find to them or to their having interfered. There is a possibility that, or this is what would have been in people's minds, I would have thought, that they could have either prevented access to certain information, or they might have interfered with their staff in terms of what their staff can and cannot say, or that their staff would have felt inhibited to express themselves about what they know about the business if their bosses were there. This is the kind of thinking I believe, must have motivated that approach.
Mr. Slega, we are at nearly 4:15.
Yes, Chair.
Let's talk about how long we
Proceed going forward.
yeah, how long, how much more do you need to conclude Mr. Tsotsi's evidence?
Thank you, Chairperson. I
know that the issue of the meeting, the activities of the 11th, and subsequently there's a lot to be dealt with
cover-
there that I accept. But how long? What's your estimate?
Yes. Chair, we could take a 5-minute adjournment with your leave,
Yeah,
and I could make a judgment call.
yeah. No, that's fine. I take it that Mr. Tsotsi, you are still available to continue.
Yes,
Yes, yes. And all legal representatives, I'm sure they have no problem. Yes, okay, all right. We'll take an adjournment. Let's make it 15 minutes adjournment.
Yes, Chair. Yes.
And depending on what you say, we could continue from 4:30. Maybe if we take an hour, we should finish. But you will reflect and you'll tell me when we come back.
Yes, I will consider my notes, Chairperson,
Yeah, yeah,
and indicate to the Chairperson before we resume,
yeah, that's
so
fine.
that the Chairperson knows prior to that
Yeah,
how
no,
much
that's
time.
fine. We will adjourn then and resume at 4:30. We
Thank you,
adjourn.
Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson.
Let's get going.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, we were on the meeting of the 11th of March, 2015. The minister has left, and you were saying you could take us into the meeting after the minister has left.
Just to conclude on the meeting between the board and the minister, what were the decisions taken in that meeting, if there were any decisions
Chair, the
or
decisions,
conclusions?
the decisions pertaining to the matter at hand, with that, yes, the minister does support the inquiry to proceed, and that we should seek an independent company or contractor, and that she agrees with the suspension of the executives concerned.
And she added one more name.
Yeah, she mentioned she also added the name of the FD.
Yes.
She mentioned the name of the FD.
Now, in the discussion with the minister, or from the 8th to the commencement of that meeting between the board and the minister, had you had any discussion with the minister? In other words, prior to her arriving at the meeting on the 11th, between the meeting in Durban and the commencement of the meeting on the 11th, had you had any discussion with the minister?
Chair, no, I did not have any discussions with the minister.
Yes. Did you write anything to her?
Oh, okay. In terms of requesting her to come, we did make a memo to her.
Yes. Did that memo tell her about this proposal of an inquiry and the suspension of the executives, and give motivation for the inquiry and the suspension of the executives?
Chair, I know the memo spoke about the inquiry, but I can't recall exactly whether there was mention of the
Yes.
of the suspension of the executives. I don't really.
But in any event, the president had indicated that he was going to speak to the minister. You were going to speak to the board, and he was going to speak to the minister.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So when the minister came to the meeting, did she appear to have a good understanding of the proposal and the reasons for the proposal?
Yes. To me, she definitely appeared to understand.
Yes.
Everything,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. No, that's fine. Then you may continue in regard to the meeting after that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tsotsi, you were saying you could take us into that meeting, but I would like to go ahead of you, if I may, because as I said, the Commission has obtained the audio recordings of that meeting. The transcript of that audio is contained in the bundle before you. I believe you've already opened to it. You can help me with the page number there at the top of the page.
692.
692. Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Yeah, there's 4 different recordings the Commission has obtained, and I'm going to focus on two of those recordings. I'll take you there now. Let me just explain to you. The first recording in the transcript is the meeting of the board before the minister arrives. Chairperson, I'm going to give the page numbers, which can be written down. That is on page 811 to 8.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said we must go to 692, and I went there.
Yes.
Are you still there?
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes, okay. The
But
page
because
numbers you'll give us are for what?
There's 4 meetings.
Yeah.
The recordings in respect of 4 meetings.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to give you the bigger picture before I go into the details.
Yes, that's fine, yes.
So you have the first meeting
Yeah.
without the minister.
Yes,
The transcript thereof is on page 811.
okay.
If you jot it down, Chairperson, for present purposes.
But do I need to note that down now? Because aren't you going to give it to me when we go there anyway?
It's because I want to confine myself only to 2 of those recordings.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, all right.
So it's 811 to 865.
811 to 865.
865.
Okay. That is the first.
That's the first meeting before the minister arrives.
Okay, that's the meeting of the board without the minister.
Without the minister.
Yeah, okay.
Then
Yes.
the minister arrives, and we don't have a recording of that, as Mr. Tsotsi has correctly indicated. But then there is a recording of the meeting after the minister has left. And the transcription of that is on page 866 to 906.
What are the page numbers again?
866 to 906. 906.
I'm sorry, that first meeting, that recording is 811 to what?
865.
Oh, okay. So this one is 866 to
906.
906. That is now the recording
After the minister.
of the board meeting after the minister.
Then,
Yes.
then there is a board meeting where Mr. Nick Linnell is introduced. The transcription of that is on page 692 to 787
Page 692,
to 692 to 787.
and that's these are all on the same day.
This is all on the same day, chaps.
Yeah,
All on the same day.
yeah, okay. But they are regarded as separate meetings.
They are indeed separate meetings, one after the other,
Okay, so this last one is a meeting of the board
with Mr. Nick Linnell.
where Mr. Linnell is introduced.
Is introduced.
Okay,
And then the last one, which Mr. Tsotsi referred to as the P&G meeting, is page 787 to page 808.
787 to 808.
to 808.
What meeting is that?
That's P&G meeting, People and Governance Committee.
Yes. Yes, okay.
Chair, I want to start at the meeting after the minister, which is on page 866.
Okay. Yes.
I have arranged with the IT technician to assist us in that regard, Chairperson.
Your voice dropped again.
I have arranged with the IT technician to assist us in that regard,
Yes,
Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi, the audio will be played. And during the course of that, I would ask you to identify to the chairperson the speaker at each given moment. Audio clip 911.
And the transcript starting at page 866 is a transcript of the recording that we are going to listen to now.
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson, the legal representative for Mr. Tsotsi says he wishes to address you.
Yes, okay. Maybe you can address me from where he is if it's going to be quick.
It is rather short. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
I've been at pains to try and
Yes.
avoid what I have no choice but to do now.
Yes.
Firstly, we just want to place on record that former Minister Lynn Brown's statement was not provided, or at least had not been received by either Mr. Tsotsi, the witness, before he started his testimony, nor us.
Yes.
Secondly, consistent with Mr. Tsotsi's evidence so
Yes.
far,
Yes.
he was not aware that there's a transcript of recording for some of these meetings that now
Yes.
appear we are going to get into,
Yes.
let alone that neither he or I are aware that there will be a recording that is going to be played invariably where he would be asked to comment.
Yes.
Now, there's no issue from where I'm sitting with
Yes.
that happening.
Yes.
The only problem is that we expected that he would at least be given an opportunity to go through statements and recordings that would be expected to comment upon,
Yes.
so that he does not run into the temptation of responding to an issue out of context if he
Yes.
had the benefit of reading the entirety of the document,
Yes.
and therefore jerk his memory properly.
Yeah.
So, hence, I'm rising at this stage to say, in all fairness, my submission would be that he be granted an opportunity to go through, and then this exercise that is intended can then be proceeded with, at least with the benefit of having looked at the statements accordingly.
Well, what if we do this? Let's run it. If he is asked any questions and there's a problem, he says so, and we take it from there. In case whatever is asked, he has no problem with.
I'm happy, Chairperson, for the
So in other
guidance
words, we deal with each problem on its merits as it arises, if any problem arises at all.
Yeah, I'm happy with that approach. The only challenge I anticipate,
Yeah.
which I'm trying to very hard to avoid,
Yes.
is for me to feel the need to have to jump up and object. I hate that
Yes.
when it's done to me. I don't want to do it to
Yes.
anybody.
No, I
I
understand.
must make this point.
Yes.
Whilst you took the 15 or so adjournment, I was at pains to try and rush through
Yes.
the
The
transcript
statement.
recording, which my client clearly indicates
Yes.
Not only was he not aware that it was recorded,
Yes.
he sees it for the first time.
Yes,
And I
yes,
could not myself finish it in that period, let alone that he had to go to the bathroom.
yes, yes.
So
yes.
where I'm sitting, and I'll be guided by the chairperson, it could assist the commission's work much swifter if he simply was given chance to read.
Yes.
And then prepare himself and help my colleague as he leads the evidence
Yeah.
by being just on point on the issues.
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Do you want to say anything, Mr. Seleka?
Chairperson, my response will be that the best evidence in this case is the audio itself.
Yeah.
It's a recording of the board meeting where Mr. Tsotsi was the chairperson. He will hear himself and nobody else speaking. He will hear his colleagues at the time speaking. I'm not sure what will be surprising to Mr. Tsotsi in the audios. So he will have, if there's any correction to be made in the transcription,
Yeah.
made the correction by reference to the audio.
Yes.
So
Okay, I think what we'll do, let's go ahead, and when Mr. Tsotsi is asked to comment or ask any question, if there is a problem, he will raise it, and we'll look at it at that stage. And if his counsel thinks there is a problem, we can look at it at that stage. It may well be that there will be no problem and everything will go smoothly.
that's also my anticipation, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chairperson. So we're on page 866. Audio file 9.1.1.
And if anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so. So there are some serious misdemeanors that are going on in this. Very serious.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you because from even a corporate perspective and from my experience, the tendency is that you do not get better results in whistleblowing if you do not make that change. And if the executives continue to be in the position that they were in, they will suppress investigations. So I'm not.
Are the technicians not ready?
That because I've seen it happen.
Oh, yes. Norman, sorry.
Thanks, Chair.
So far, I can't see you from
What in your eyes?
Yeah, actually, my take on this is that I don't know whether these issues that you are referring to are issues that happen.
Should we, if they are going to take long, should we deal with other matters? They indicate to you when they are ready so that we don't waste time.
Structural changes at the high level are approved by the board. And if it happens under the watch of the board, then
You don't
the
need
board
time
has
to
to take some responsibility.
So may I?
I thought
May I
you said
proceed?
they were ready from the morning.
Yeah, that's what they assured me yesterday already.
Yeah.
Well, Chair, I'm going to leave them to sort it out.
Yeah, they must
think-
indicate to you when they are ready.
Yes.
Well, maybe your junior should be there to make sure that she can see when they are ready so that we don't waste time.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Mr. Tsotsi, despite your opposition to the suspension of the executives, we know from Mr. Matsuna's testimony yesterday that 4 executives were ultimately suspended. I think you switch off your mic.
Yes.
Were you the only one in the meeting who was concerned that they should not be suspended, but some other form of absence be agreed upon?
Chair, I
There
honestly
may have been
I cannot
a few
recall.
others, yeah.
I don't recall.
But was your concern the label, suspension, what effect it would have when it's conveyed to the outside world of the executives? But you also had the same thing in mind in terms of substance, namely, they should not be at work for a certain period of time.
I was really concerned, Chair, about their own personal reputations
Yes.
and the damage that might do to their careers. And, you know, a lot of things are around perception, you know. And even though we readily said that they are not being accused of having done any wrong, but perceptions are perceptions, and the individual who's suspended, people will always attribute that to something, even though there is no.
Yes, you know, sometimes people say somebody's on special leave instead of saying on suspension. Is that what you had in mind?
That's the sort of thing that I had in mind.
Which would be a label. Because when somebody is said to be on special leave and somebody is on suspension, they are both absent from work for a certain period of time. But one label has certain implications, another one has different implications. So in other words, in substance, you also had in mind that they should be absent from work for a certain period.
Yes, on the basis of something like special leave. But
Yes.
the impression I got was that ESCOM does not have that sort of
That kind of
provision.
label, yeah. Okay, all right.
So I mean, I relented and it's important for me to state, Chair, that I relented because I had the absolute confidence that for as long as I'm there, I'll make sure that they return to work and that they're not prejudiced in any kind of way. That was the sort of backstop for me in my mind to
Yes.
say, I will make sure that nothing untoward
Yes.
happens to them. Because I was convinced that,
Yeah.
and by the way, another thing that's important to note, at the time when we were dealing with this matter, there was no intention of even investigating the executives themselves. This was, I don't know exactly where this was made clear, but I recall that we had the understanding that at no point is there an intention to investigate them in the course of this inquiry, but to stick to the terms of reference which deal with the objective condition of ESCOM in terms of the issues that are problematic, and not the individuals themselves.
Well, I got the impression, I got the impression, both in terms of Mr. Matona's evidences yesterday and maybe reading some of the affidavits and documents, that while they might not have been accused of any misconduct, but what was being investigated included how they were managing the company. In other words, their performance. Were they managing the company properly to meet with the challenges, to deal with the challenges that the company was facing? That's the impression I got. But if you say the idea was not to investigate them, that seems to be inconsistent with my understanding, because my understanding seems to be that while the board might not have been saying they've done anything wrong, but it seems that it wanted to investigate whether the way in which they had been running the company or managing the company was the right one. Of course, there was this allegation that the war room was being fed with wrong information, inadequate information. Obviously, that must relate to the executives.
Chair,
So what do you say to that?
well, Chair, in that respect, let's not forget that ultimately, after I left ESCOM, and as a matter of fact, at the time I was dealing with my departure at ESCOM, already they have the terms of reference, and Nick was out of the picture. And so they then put a set of terms of reference anew, which I was not involved in at all. So the possibility for me is that some of these issues could have then been brought in at a time when I was not involved in the consideration of the terms of reference. I never attended a single meeting because these things happened after I left.
Well, except that Mr. Matona was also not there after you had left. So he was talking very much about what was conveyed at the meeting, was conveyed to him on the 11th. And I'm saying that based on what he was saying, it seemed to me that your board was saying this inquiry would, what it would look into included how the management, how the executives, maybe not just these, but how the management of ESCOM was dealing with the challenges that the company was facing. And then there was this issue that the war room was being fed wrong information. And I would imagine that the person to approve any information that was being sent to the board, to the war room, would be the CEO, I would imagine.
Okay, so the discussion was about the performance of the executives as against any misdemeanor, so to speak.
No, effectively what I'm saying is you can't, it's difficult to say you can speak about the performance of the company without talking about the performance of the executives who are running the company.
Yes.
Because they are the ones who make certain decisions which either enhance the performance or, make decisions that end up with poor performance by the company. But I'm just testing your idea that before you left, the idea was not to investigate these executives. And I'm just saying, but how could this inquiry not include investigating these executives? Because the inquiry was alleged to be about the performance of the company, and they were the top people running the company.
Okay, so I would have made a differentiation personally between their management style in terms of what they're able to achieve. For example, the decision making.
Yes,
If
yes.
typically, for example, the head of generation or the chief executive decided, okay, we're not going to do the maintenance for 3 months because there is a requirement that we must have the lights on under any circumstances. Now, that decision, once it is a bad decision, would be one that would reflect on his capacity to handle the job.
Yeah.
Whereas I was talking myself, and in my mind was the thought that there is no malfeasance per se, in that it is just a question of not making the correct decision.
Yes, no. If what you meant was that there was no idea that the inquiry would look into whether they had misconducted themselves.
Yes.
That I can accept.
Otherwise, I do agree with you.
Yeah, but otherwise, in terms of how they did their job,
Yes.
whether they made the right decisions and they appreciated the challenges of the
Correct.
company, that would be part of the
That would be
inquiry.
part of it, yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Thank you,
Mr. Slager.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tsotsi, a couple of things. Let me start with the first one. And is this about the war room and the allegation of apparently inaccurate or inadequate information being provided to the war room? Were you aware of that being a concern?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Did the board raise that as a concern with the executives, such as Mr. Matuna in this case?
The board would have raised that. I can't exactly precisely say at which sitting of the board.
You heard him say yesterday that that was never raised with him.
Probably, as I say, I don't know which sitting it would have been. Maybe it was not at the sittings that Mr. Matuna was involved in. I can't remember right now.
But remember, Mr. Tsotsi, the 11th of March was the first sitting
Yes.
of this board for all intents and purposes to deal with the business of ESCOM, because the meeting of the 26th February was postponed to the 11th.
Yes.
And on the 9th, they met briefly about something else. So it seems to me that there wouldn't have been any meeting prior to the 11th at which the board would have raised such an issue with Mr. Matona.
That would be correct, Chair, yes.
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 And if the matter was raised with him, it could only have been maybe by you as chairperson, if this had come to your attention and you raised it with him outside of a board meeting. Do you remember whether you did raise it outside of a board meeting? He said yesterday.
I don't
nobody
recall,
raised it.
I really don't recall having raised it with him.
Yes.
But certainly I agree with you, the fact that the only substantive board meeting dealing with ESCOM's facts and
Yes.
issues was the one on the 11th of March, and that didn't come up.
Yes. And the concern about inadequate information, exactly what is it, if you are able to articulate it? Was it that the executives were being asked a certain amount of information and they provided the right information but not enough? Was it that they were providing poor information, bad information? What was the exact nature of the concern?
From what I understood, the war room was interested in as current information as possible. And a lot of the stuff had to do with what is going on with the load shedding. Now, I don't know, Jay, if you recall, just to give you an example of the kind of complexity that they were dealing with. The incident that occurred where the most recent previous chairman of the board, Jabu Mabuza, supposedly gave information about load shedding to the deputy president or president, I'm not sure, and things changed, and he was said to have misled the president or deputy president. Now, it is that sort of things. There were so many changes that were occurring in the organization that when executives present information which they believe represents the true situation. And then something else comes along and changes, so they have to go back and change information. So for them to explain, I guess, or rather for the war room to understand, which is part of the problem with the war room, the understanding of the complexities of the operation of ESCO. It was difficult. The engagement was very difficult because the majority of the people in the war room were government officials. There were DGs and, of course, ministers. So there was that gap, in my view, until they started to bring in people who were technically conversant to support the war room. Things got better at that point because, you know, the technical people began to understand what the difficulties were. But at the beginning, those were the gaps, understanding the complexities and the you know, the sudden changes that occur in operations in the organization. So I think that I understood to be where the problem was.
Yes.
Yes.
It's I mean, I can understand a concern that may have emanated from the war room that would say, we are concerned that the current management is not up to the job, because these are the difficulties we are having, and we have been having these difficulties for a certain period of time. Maybe it's like they don't appreciate exactly what is needed to be, what we need to be given to us in order for us to try and find a solution. But then I would expect that that would be put to them straight to say, you have there's a problem. You are not able to satisfy us in this way. So therefore, we are going to have this inquiry and we ask you to take leave or you'll be suspended because we want to look into this. But this idea there'll be an inquiry, but this thing about inadequate information seems to be just a peripheral issue. It's, you know, it doesn't come to the fore in the manner that one would have thought it would. You understand what?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yes, because then if it had been presented like that, they would know also, okay, there's a concern that are we able to really assist in finding a solution if we are not able to provide information adequately, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, it seemed like an inquiry, and then this thing about information being provided to the war room is like a peripheral issue. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Silanga.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Mr. Tsotsi, just for quick reference in your affidavit, from page 17 to page 21, the bottom of page 17. Paragraph 15. Under the heading Board Meeting of 11 March 2015.
Yes.
Yes. So you do say that the board meeting of 11 was twofold. The first purpose was intended to make up for the 26 February meeting that got postponed. Secondly, the minister had indicated that she was available to attend on this day. Turn the page, you carry on page 18. Mr. Linnell spoke on the resolutions which stemmed from the memorandum he had developed. The resolutions were circulated to board members in the meeting of 9 March. You carry on. 15.5 says the minister joined the board meeting of 11 March by invitation from the board. She was already aware of the idea of an inquiry and she supported it. She gave the board the authorization to proceed with it. That is, as you have already testified. You say the minutes of this meeting are missing. In fact, I referred you to what seems to be the minutes earlier of that very meeting. What we don't have is the audio of those minutes, of that meeting. You recall that? The
Yes,
minutes are-
I prepared this in February, so the time I had a problem.
I appreciate that. And 15.6 says the minister mandated the board to carry out the suspensions of the executive. She even added the name of the financial director who was not part of the original 3 executives identified in the meeting at the president's residence. She further mandated the board to carry out the inquiry. The board deliberated on how the inquiry should proceed. It agreed on the need to have the executives whose area of responsibility would be inquired into be set aside for the duration of the inquiry. The limitation of human resources rules meant that the executives would have to be under precautionary suspension as there was no other method of recusal available. Now, is this paragraph 15.7 and 15.8, are those deliberations after the minister had left?
Let's just see. This would be after, this would be the P&G meeting.
Now, I have read the minutes and affidavits of various witnesses. I grapple with the understanding of knowing, and I would like you to explain this to the chairperson if you can, because you were in this meeting. What did the board resolve to do in respect of these executives? What is the concept that was applied and ultimately effected to have them stay away from work? What did the board resolve?
Chair, the board deliberated on the issue of whether the executives should not or should be away from their offices during the course of this inquiry. And if I remember well, the idea of them not being present resonated with most of the board members.
Did it resonate with you, Mr.?
The idea of them not being present in their offices resonated with me, but under conditions which were, I think, reasonable. That would not prejudice them in their positions or in their work.
Yeah. What did the board, what was given as the reasons that resonated with the board for them not to be present?
The board, as I said earlier, board members were concerned that there could be influence. There could be influence brought to bear by the executives when they're in their offices on the issues that are being inquired into.
So could you tell the chairperson whether was that a concern of the board? A real concern of the board?
In my view, it was a concern of the board. Hence the board's decision that they should not be available at their offices.
Yes. Now, how do you say that with conviction when the board hasn't even had a meeting with the executives prior to 11 March 2015? This is a new board.
I cannot speak for them because they made their views clear in the meeting. So the question you're asking me, I really cannot answer because they engaged in the meeting and they gave their views.
Okay.
I can only assume that they have had experience elsewhere where they've been of this sort of thing. So I'm not assuming that knowing the board members in person, or maybe knowing how they work, was a consideration on their part. I don't necessarily think that could have been the case, because they expressed themselves quite clearly.
So what would be the answer in regard to yourself? Because you also say these reasons resonated with you.
Yes. As I said, I personally felt that I do not want to see a situation at the end of the inquiry or in the course of the inquiry where there are questions that are being raised that certain information was not available because individuals were not in a position to provide that information as a result of some influence that is brought to bear on them by their bosses. So, you know, when we said precautionary suspension, I understood literally that we're being precautious in terms of ensuring that nothing would be impeding the work of this exercise, the work of the inquiry. That was my understanding, my view. At the same time, I was comfortable that the executives have nothing to lose, because not in terms of what may occur when they're not in the offices. And as I said, Chair, that this was a temporary situation where I felt that they would be able to come back, and I'll be there to ensure that they come back to their offices at the end of the inquiry.
Yeah. So how does the Commission ascribe? How does it understand the idea that the board was the one saying the executives should be suspended for these and the other reason the inquiry should not be impeded, when the Commission and in the information you yourself has provided is shown that Mr. Linnell is the one who drafted this resolution? And it did not originate from within the board.
The resolution was discussed, and board members had very specific views about it, to the extent that in the meeting, the board agreed to have Mr. Linnell assist the two different committees, the P&G committee in working on the suspensions, and on the Audit and Risk Committee on the terms of reference.
It's a very strange thing that the board that's supposed to be in control, to have exercise control over the entity, it's a new board. The only thing that has happened before this meeting where they seem to be so much in favor of an idea that comes from outside the board of an inquiry and suspension. It's their first meeting. Really, I know about the meeting of the 9th, but it's their first meeting. An idea comes from people outside of the board and not from management either. They run with it. And somebody that has been obtained or provided by somebody from outside of the board, namely Ms. Mieni, providing Mr. Linnell, is now allowed to get quite involved in the affairs of the board, drafts the resolutions, and this board just allows that to just happen. It's very strange to me. I would have thought that if I joined a body like a board of a company, that's not the kind of thing I would do at the first meeting, because I still want to make my own assessment of the situation before I can engage in decisions that could have far-reaching consequences for the entity. It's just very strange. I mean, we know that this idea didn't come from within the board and didn't come from within management, I think, from what I've heard. It comes from outside. You get called to Durban as chairperson of the ESCOM board to meet at the president's residence. You meet with the chairperson of the board of another SOE. You are surprised what she has to do with ESCOM's affairs, but she's here. She seems to run the show. Even when the president is here in the meeting, the president is listening to her. She talks most of the time. There is somebody that is said to have assisted her somewhere else. He's provided to you to say he can assist. He gets involved. He's drafting resolutions. The board doesn't even say, hang on, if we go along with this idea, we'll look for our own advisor or whoever to assist us. They just run with the idea. It makes you wonder whether the information they have is limited to the information that they got at the meeting, or whether they've got other information from other sources or other people about this inquiry and the suspension of the executives. It just seems quite strange to me. Maybe
Chair, I found myself in exactly the same situation that you were addressing now, at one point, from a certain point onwards. I can just, Jay, if I may just quickly deal with, with that.
Yeah.
I don't know whether in this recordal there is a discussion of what happened when we, at the beginning of this meeting. If what I saw, the little I saw, reflects the beginning of the meeting, then in terms of the recordal, that was not the actual beginning of the meeting. To the best of my recollection, Chairman, when I arrived, what happened was this: I took the minister out, she left, I came back, I went to have lunch, and I was behind because most of the people had had lunch already. And the meeting started about 2:30, and I came into the meeting a little bit late, maybe about 10 or so minutes late. When I came into the meeting was chaired by It's either Kwaita, Mabuda, or Kosa, one of the two. I can't exactly remember, but my affidavit, I thought it was, no,
That's now
sorry,
the People
Lynette
and Governance
claimed.
meeting.
Sorry?
That's now the People
People and Governance, yes.
Committee meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was chaired by Kwaita, or it could have been chaired by Mr. Kosa. When I arrived at the meeting, the discussion that I found was about the executives who were supposed to act.
Yes.
Now, I discovered that there was a list of executives that had been produced from somewhere, and these were the people who were said, it was said, would be acting. The first thing I did was I asked, where do these names come from? And I was told by Ben Gubani that these names came from the minister. Now, I protested because I said, none of you people know who these people are. I'm the only person in the room who knows who would be available to act, who would be in a position to act. And I said, clearly, wherever these names come from, the minister would not know either. They can only come from within the executive ranks. So somebody in the executive must have given these names to whoever, and they ended up in this meeting. So there was this predetermination, except for the acting chief executive. The suggestion was that Kosa should act as chief executive.
Yes.
He admitted that he felt that he could not handle that responsibility. So I said, look, there's no reason why you should if you feel that you can't do it. But at the end, he did become the acting chief executive.
How did that come about in circumstances where he himself said he thought this was too big a job or something like
The committee decided that, no, he will take the position, that he needs to and he must take it. So I think he relented on the insistence of members in the committee.
Now, just to clarify, this meeting we are talking about now, which was discussing names of people to act in the positions of the suspended executives, was a People's and Governance Committee.
Yes.
Now, the other sessions, which up to now we have been calling board meetings, were they also People's and Governance Committee meetings? We just wrongly call them board meetings.
No, Chair. This is a board subcommittee meeting. The meeting
With the minister was with the board.
Was with the full board.
Yeah, and the meeting that took place before the meeting with the minister was a board meeting.
It was a full board meeting as well.
But the meeting after the minister had left was not a meeting of the full board, but the Governance and People's and Governance Committee.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so was there, after the meeting of the People's and Governance Committee's meeting, after that meeting, was there another board meeting on that day, or did the board meeting end when, before the People's and Governance Committee meeting started?
The board meeting had ended with
The suspension?
and no. Well, with recommending the suspensions.
Yes, recommending suspensions.
Yes. And also mandating the People and Governance Committee to carry out the suspension process,
Okay. And
which is what the meeting was about.
and also to decide on the people to act.
That's correct.
So the board meeting ended before the People's and Governance Committee meeting started.
Yes,
And then the governance and the People's and Governance Committee meeting started, but it had the mandate to carry out the suspensions and to appoint or to recommend whatever the position was on who should act in the positions of the executives.
yes,
And for the rest of the day, it's only the People's and Governance Committee meetings that we are looking at from that time on for that day.
that's right.
There was no further board meeting.
No,
Okay, all right. So, so after lunch, you joined this People's and Governance Committee meeting.
yes,
And you find them already dealing with names of people to act in the positions of the executives.
yes,
You say to them, among other things, none of you knows these people.
Yes.
I'm the only one and that was because you have been around,
yes.
for quite some time. What do they say to you when you say that the people in this meeting?
Well, they told me, as I said, Dr. Ngubane indicated clearly to me that these are names that were provided by the minister.
Yeah, and they were just going along
Yes,
effectively. They
Yes.
don't know the people because the minister gave the names. They seem to want to rubber stamp, it seems.
that's correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Selege.
Thank you, Chairperson. So should the Commission,
I see we are 25 to 6. Shall we just go on and see where we are at 6 o'clock? I think nobody has a problem. Let's see. Let's review the situation at 6.
thank you, Chairperson. Should the Commission, Mr. Tsotsi, then accept that this board ultimately acceded to the demands of the then President? Or Ms. Dudumieni? And/or?
Demand stroke requests or proposal
Correct. Thank you, Chair.
or instruction.
Or instructions.
Effectively, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
So this Commission should
yes.
understand that to be the position. Thank you, Chair. You see, talking about the new board, I mean, we take it from yourself, what you say was your response to Minister Brown on the 15th of February 2015, when she says to you, management and board members are complaining that you are interfering with management. And remember, your response was, most board members hardly know what I look like, let alone not having worked with me yet. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Doesn't that similarly apply to the the executives?
Quite certainly.
It applies
Most
to-
board members would not know the executives. They didn't know them at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Chair, I believe the recording is ready.
Okay, that's fine.
I hope it will play. We were at...
They must just be able to get on with it so that we don't waste time.
Correct. I want to, because Mr. Tsotsi says he went on lunch and came back to find that the PNG meeting had started, thought I could start with that, but maybe I will put the point on it, Mr. Tsotsi. Let's go back to that page I had given, page 866. And that's audio 9.1.1.
And if anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so. So there are some serious misdemeanors that are going on in the business. Very serious.
I'm sorry.
I
Would
agree
you
with
just
you
pause
because
it?
from even a corporate perspective
Rewind.
and from my experience.
Please rewind
would you please rewind to the beginning?
to the beginning.
We're going to
Are you
866.
fine?
And if
Chair?
anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so.
You said we're going to page
Page
866.
866. Chair.
Okay, all right, okay.
Eight.
866.
Yeah, I've got it. Have you got it, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You fine,
Yeah,
Chairperson? Thank
go
you.
ahead.
For. And if anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so. So there are some serious misdemeanors that are going on in the business. Very serious.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you because from even a corporate perspective and from my
Please pause. Mr. Tsotsi, please identify to the chairperson whose male voice was the first.
That's my voice.
It's your male.
Yes.
We hear a female voice coming on. Can you play it, please?
experience. The tendency is that you do not get better results in whistleblowing if you do not make that change, and if the executives continue to be in the position that they were in, they will suppress investigation. So I'm not afraid.
Have you been able to
I
identify?
think that's Ms. Karim.
Can you just come again? What's her first name?
I have to look at the,
We showed you the minutes earlier.
I have to look at the minutes.
I'm sure there's a page which has got a list of the names of the board
Correct,
members.
yes.
If you tell him where that page is, he will see the. Even if he doesn't remember the
N.
first name.
Karim, I don't know whether, is it
What's the name
the initial is N.
and the surname?
It's Karim. C-A-R-R-I-M.
C-A-R-R-I-N.
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
Are you confident that that's the person?
Chair, yes.
Okay.
Because the other ladies, I would, yes, there were only 3 ladies in the meeting.
There were only 2 ladies in the
3.
meeting. 3.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Thank you. Can you?
support that because I've seen it happen.
Oh, yes. Norman, sorry.
Thanks, Chair.
So far, I can't see you from there.
What are your eyes?
Yeah, actually, my take on this is that
That's Norman.
Is that
Baloy.
Mr. Norman Baloy?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi.
I don't know whether these issues that you are referring to are issues that happened under the watch of the previous board or this board. Because, for example, I would expect that structural changes at the high level are approved by the board. And if it happened under the watch of the board, then the board had to take some responsibility. And also, my other undertaking is that before we can rush into a decision, I wish or recommending that we gather all the facts and in terms of reference, so that we don't take a decision based on allegations that don't refer to, that are not relevant for certain people, because we can take decisions that they don't affect somebody the person who's totally innocent and so on. So I wanted us to maybe, when we get into the terms of reference, the decision is made on certain issues that are critical for the business, for this business, for this business, and for this business within the organization. So that when we do suspend, we suspend having the fact that there is a serious issue that happened in this division that needs to be looked at seriously, and the person has to be set aside so that we can investigate this particular point seriously, because there is a serious consequence on this specific issue. I will not prefer that we take a blind spot to say that executives must be set aside because they must be forensic. There may be executives that are totally innocent, and putting them on special leave or forced leave, I will find ourselves going to labor court time and again, fighting the same battles with the media as well. So I wish that we deal with terms of reference on issues that are critical and the consequences that came out of those bad decisions or those manipulations of things, so that we are specific whenever we take that decision. Because my big worry is that we'll lose focus and we'll not be able to stand firm in our decision based on, issue of the forensic investigation, for example, Chairperson. Depending on the nature of it, it can be done with or without the executives. But depending on the nature of the issue that needs to be investigated, I think that will tell us much better. And that maybe this one, no, we must not take that decision on this specific person. This one, maybe we can take the decision on this specific person to suspend.
Yes, Ambassador.
Probably.
So is that your voice, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of the term forensic implies criminality.
No, that's not my
I would
Pause. Sorry, I think that was your voice, then somebody else
Yes.
interrupted. Whose voice is that?
Let's play it and hear it.
say suspending the top layer.
Carry on.
And that maybe this one, no, must not take that decision on this specific person. This one, maybe we can take the decision on this specific person to suspend.
Yes, Ambassador.
But probably use of the term forensic implies.
What I hear, Mr. Tsotsi, is
Sounds like
your voice saying, Mr. Ambassador.
Sounds like Dr. Mubani, yes.
Criminality.
Sorry,
I would
was Dr. Ngubane being referred to as the ambassador?
No, I just called him ambassador.
Oh,
Well, a lot of people refer to him as ambassador because he was. I call him ambassador.
I can't hear.
Sorry, Chair.
Who was referred to as ambassador?
Dr. Ngubane.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Because he had been an ambassador at some stage before.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
so that is the next voice, Chairperson.
Okay.
say suspending the top layer of the organization while we investigate the causes of the present problems is probably less accusatory than us trying to find facts about what has happened.
Yes. Look, yes, sorry, Kwaita.
Thanks, Chair. I think the Minister has indicated a whole lot of issues.
That's Twaita.
That's who?
Twaita Mabuda.
Yes. Mr. Tsotsi, just before we carry on, you heard what you say is Mr. Norman Baloy speak there.
Yes.
He sounded to have expressed reservations about forging ahead with the decision proposed, particularly in regard to the suspension of the executives. How did you as the board deal with his reservations? Oh, your microphone is on.
Sorry. As a board, I wouldn't know because I don't believe that the board dealt with his particular.
I guess Mr. Selega is supposed to have said the People's and Governance Committee.
Oh.
Because isn't that what is that not where we are, Mr. Selega?
Not yet, Chair.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
I think the question is relevant to the board because they make the decision.
Yes, no, I understand that. I thought we were already at the Governance and People's and Governance Committee.
Not yet.
We are at the meeting immediately after the minister had left.
Correct.
That's where we are.
Correct.
Oh, okay, all right. And that's a board meeting. Okay, all right.
This is the People and Governance Committee meeting. And Mr. Baloi's objections were not raised. He didn't raise any objections during the board meeting when the issue of suspensions was discussed. I think it's the first time that anyone is hearing from him about whatever reservations he may have. He's expressing them in this meeting.
Well, let's sort that out, Mr. Selega. Are we at the People's and Governance meeting, this recording, or is it at the board meeting after the minister had left? Because I hear Mr. Tsotsi says this is at the People's and Governance.
I'm sorry, Chair. So this recording is of the board in-committee meeting. Okay, no, that's fine.
Oh, okay, all right.
I didn't realize that.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's corrected, Chair.
Yes, okay, it's corrected. Yeah.
It's correct, yes.
So that's at the board level.
Yes.
I cannot say specifically, Chair, whether the board had any, took any particular, maybe it will come out as we go ahead with this, but I don't recall there being any particular focus on his views about what should happen. I think he was expressing his views like anybody else.
Yes, no, correct. But what I'm asking is, based on your recollection, having been part of the meeting and hearing one of the board members expressing reservations in regard to the decisions that are about to be taken by the board, because this is at the moment of deliberations, the word used in the affidavit. How did the board deal with his reservations?
The board did not deal with his reservations. The board members just expressed their own view.
The discussions continued.
The discussions continued because people were saying different things.
Yes.
And he's one of the people who had a view, which was expressed to the board.
And he didn't insist on somebody answering his concerns.
I don't recall that, and we will find out as we go ahead what happens.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. We may proceed.
Is to be looked at. And in that, in her speech, if we noted what she was saying, it is the basis for the terms of reference.
Yeah.
So if you can use that speech as a way of putting the terms of reference. And from that speech, it was indicating, to me, it was indicating the critical sections that needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
And in looking at those critical sections, you just pick the leader in each section from what she was saying. And if we can, if the company secretary can give us a summary of the first part of the first 5 minutes of her speech, which was a more...
Mr. Selega, I don't want us to listen to the recording on everything.
Correct, Chair.
Because there is a transcript.
Yes.
I want us to only listen to parts to the recording in regard to parts that you regard as important.
Correct, Chair.
So that we mustn't go through everything. And if those haven't been identified by way of making sure that we'll really listen to what you regard as quite important, then maybe that can be done after we have adjourned, so that when we get to it, it's much quicker.
Yes.
We get to, so we know if there is a discrepancy on the version given by any witness as to what was discussed or decided, and the recording does bring that up, then we could just go there and you zoom in, we listen to that, we stop, we move on,
Indeed.
and we listen only when there is something quite important.
Indeed, Chair. Let me go to the section where it goes into the P&G committee chairperson.
Yes,
so that I
we are
expedite.
at 5 to 6.
Yeah.
Where are we with how much more time we need? Maybe what we should do, to the extent that Mr. Tsotsi hasn't, I don't know whether the transcript you have had a chance to read.
No, Chair.
You haven't had a chance to read. Maybe what we should do, you should do, Mr. Slega, is we should adjourn now. That's point one. Point two, Mr. Tsotsi should get the opportunity to go through the transcript and listen to the audio and make notes that will help with the identification of the people who are talking in the audio. He will be looking at the transcript as he listens, and he can make notes where it says female voice or something like that. He can write who that is, and so on and so on. And that will assist, because when he comes back, you will know in advance, you will have spoken to him, who the speakers are, and the transcript can be appropriately amended to reflect the names of the people who speak at different parts of the transcript. And one, he can indicate whether he substantially agrees that the transcript reflects the discussions, at least for the time that he was at the meeting. And then after that, we can just focus on the important things, and if there is something to listen to on the recording, we just go straight to that. We listen to that.
Yes.
How is that? Is that fine?
That's perfectly in order,
Fine,
Chairperson.
yes.
That's the way to do it.
Yes. Now, if we adjourn now, preferably we should finish with him before we move to the next witness.
I would.
Would you be available to continue tomorrow morning, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes,
You
Chair.
would be available.
Yes.
And counsel, you are available. So I think that's what we should do. If he can be given the audio to listen to in the evening, I'm sure tomorrow when he comes back, then the whole job can be much easier.
Yes, Chair, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
I think the latest development has obviated most of the audio required or
Yes.
that was intended to be played in respect of Mr. Tsotsi.
yes,
Yeah. So we should be very brief on that too.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So, bearing that in mind, what's your estimate of how much time you might need with him tomorrow morning?
I think I will need 45 minutes of Mr.
Yes,
Tsotsi.
okay.
Yes.
So let's, shall we start at 10 or 9:30?
Or 9:30, if it suits the chair.
The witness who will come after him, how long is he or she supposed to be?
We were scheduling her for the morning,
Yeah, and then there would be another one
and there
later.
would be another one at 2.
Yes, and the other one at 2 would likely take how much?
Then go
Spill
to the
over.
beginning of,
Yeah.
of the next day.
Oh, so then maybe let's start at 9:30.
Yes.
Is that fine?
It's fine, Chairperson. I just need to indicate,
Yeah.
I intimated to my learned colleague that
Yes,
I would require through your permission to re-examine Mr. Tsotsi on
Yeah,
a couple
no,
of
that's
points.
fine.
Yeah.
that's fine.
Secondly, that to the extent possible, that these statements that we have not had sight of,
If you can be given those,
so
yeah.
that when we
Yeah.
come tomorrow, at least
Yes.
he's ready.
Yeah, no, you know, just arrange with Mr. Selega, those can be given.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay,
My-
so,
yeah, it's fine, because my
It's fine.
understanding was that Mrs. Lynn Brown's statement had been emailed to Mr. Tsotsi together with the statement of Ms. Dudu Myeni.
yes,
But if they confirmed they have one but not the other,
yes,
because I understood they were in one email, but
Yes.
we will provide them with.
okay, no, that's fine. Okay, then we are going to adjourn, and tomorrow we'll start at 9:30. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.